So the players will have an extended warm-up here on centre court. As we get nearer to the start of the match, I'll give you some information on their route to this stage of the competition so far.
Hello and welcome to semi-final Saturday here at the Surbiton Trophy, the first grass court event of the tennis season, where we're finally ready to get underway. It's been a bit of a week with the weather, and you can see the players are going to have some wind to contend with as well, but the rain has cleared, the courts have dried, and we're all set to go. Here's the first match of the day, the first of 4 on centre court, and the opening match of the women's semi-finals. On your screen, Irina Rodionova, fresh off an upset of the tournament's top seed. She's taking on the 2-time Wimbledon quarter-finalist, Coco Vandeweghe. Abigail Johnson here in the commentary booth. So happy to be with you for this penultimate day of action here at the Surbiton Trophy. Rodionova has been showing really impressive form, it has to be said, so far this week, and emphasizing that she loves this surface. The grass court season is such a tiny portion of the tennis calendar, and competing at the Surbiton Trophy means these players can extend their campaign on the lawns just a little. They've been competing during the second week of Roland Garros. WTA singles ranking of number 188 for Rodionova, that career high of number 116 achieved back in 2017 for the Aussie. She's also been ranked inside the top 50 in the world in doubles, and we've really seen her ability to compete on the back foot throughout the tournament so far. It'll be a little bit of a longer warm-up out here ahead of this match, seeing as the players haven't been able to practice with the courts covered up. Early rain today. Here's Coco Vandeweghe. She might be a familiar face to many people because she has had good results here in the UK before, and she's been a pretty consistent presence on the WTA circuit over the past few years. She's had some injuries to contend with in more recent times, but twice a Wimbledon quarter-finalist in singles, and that WTA career high ranking of number 9 was achieved back in 2018. She's been top 15 in the world in doubles, career high of 14 also achieved in 2018. That was the peak year for Vandeweghe, and it was from there that injuries started to hamper her. When she won the doubles trophy at the US Open that same season, she was actually managing an ankle injury that kept her out until the latter stages of 2019. So we're just looking at days now where Vandeweghe is back to her physical best and hoping to maximize a period of the season that she's always enjoyed. Vandeweghe, she has 2 WTA singles titles to her name. Both have come on grass courts, and they were both at the same tournament out in the Netherlands in 2014 and 2016. Rodionova with 9 singles titles to her name on the ITF circuit, spanning a lengthy period of time. Her most recent trophy picked up in 2018, her first back on carpets in 2005. She's not afraid of a quicker surface, this woman.
While the players getting warmed up then let's give you some information on their route so far here at Surbiton. Starting off with Rodionova. First round match, took on Uytvanck, won that one 6-love, 6-2. The next round she took on Wagon, won that one 6-3, 6-4. Yesterday's quarter final she took on Brengle. That was 6-3, 5-7, and 2-1 in the third set. When Brengle retired through injury. So far in 2022, notable highlights, finalists in the W25 in Kudla. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Rodionova.
Just a run through there of Rodionova's route to this stage. Just dropped the one set in her most recent match.
She takes on Kudla Vandeweghe. Her first appearance here at Surbiton. It's the first round match for her. See victory against Silver, 3-6, 6-2, 6-4. Next up, it was Buxton. She won that one at 6-3, 6-1. And her quarter final yesterday.
All girl.
3-set victory over Tatiana Maria. 6-7, 6-3, 6-1. Notable performances in 2022 so far. Got the quarter final of the WTA Charleston Premier 700. And in her career, she got to the semi-final of the US and Australian Opens in 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for Vandeweghe.
Nice little introduction there for Coco Vandeweghe. Must be said she was struggling for form a little bit coming into this tournament. She had lost her last 5 matches, dating back to that WTA quarterfinal that she reached in Charleston as a lucky loser in that main draw. So she's been looking for the consistent match wins, Vandeweghe, but now she's back on her safe territory. That streak of losses coming on the clay, which
5
has
minutes.
never been her go-to.
Change the balls, please.
That's the voice of Luke Smith in the chair for this first match of the day. First of 4 matches scheduled here on centre court. The winner of this clash to face the winner of the next in tomorrow's Surbiton Trophy final. And there's British interest. Jodie Burrage was the fortunate recipient of a retirement yesterday when she trailed Mihaela Buzarnescu by a set. She'll look to put that to good advantage, but she's got a tough draw in number 2 seed Alison van Uytvanck, who won this level of event in Nottingham last year. And then we've got a big name. We've got the 2-time Wimbledon champion Andy Murray, who's stepping down a level to compete in the ATP Challenger Tour event here, just looking to extend his grass court season a bit. So a credit to him for being willing to carry the target, and he's got a really tough one today. A very accomplished grass court player in Dennis Kudla, the number 7 seed. So that's the third match of the day, Murray versus Kudla. And then to wrap things up, the deeply impressive qualifier Otto Virtanen, still just 20 years old, taking on experienced Aussie Jordan Thompson. So 2 Aussies and 2 Brits on centre court today. Elsewhere, for those with access to the grounds on this penultimate day of action, the doubles finals are taking place right now. It'll be the number 3 seeds Ingrid Neal and Rosalie van der Hoek taking on Fernanda Contreras-Gomez and Catherine Harrison, who are seeded number 2. So that's the women's doubles final elsewhere. And a pair of Brits
3 minutes
in the men's final. Julian Cash and Henry Patton are riding a 15-match win streak. They're in the tournament as wildcards, contesting their first ATP Challenger final, and they've got to take on the number 3 seeds. So that will be an interesting match for them, not before 1:30. So for anyone tuning in for the first time this week, Surbiton is the traditional start of the LTA's summer event season. It's one of 7 major tournaments that the LTA will be staging over the next 7 weeks.
Coco Vandeweghe to the left of the chair, won the toss and chose to receive.
Interesting little move there from Vandeweghe, opting to put the ball on Rodionova's racket to kick things off. The serve is one of the key elements of Vandeweghe's game. She was down a set to Britain's Eden Silva in the opening round, and when her serve caught fire, there wasn't a whole lot Silva could do. So quickly it comes down. But it's going to be an interesting day. You can see in the background with the trees that the wind is, well, it was blustery yesterday. It's properly going for it today, so that can mess with the toss and the timing. Maybe Vandeweghe just hopes that Rodionova has a slower start to this one.
1 minute.
Interesting that these two are facing off for the first time. They're quite similar in age. Vandeweghe 30, Rodionova 32. They've been around the same tournaments.
30 seconds.
Competing often at the same level. Rodionova spending a bit more time, it must be said, on the ITF circuit, but this is the first meeting of the head-to-head. You imagine that they are familiar with each other's games, though, having been in the same circles. Let's get going then. First match of the day on centre court. Delayed start time, but we're ready to go. Irina Rodionova taking on Coco Vandeweghe for a spot in the Surbiton Trophy final.
End of warm-up. First set, Irina Rodionova to serve. Ready, play. Seats, please, thank you. Fifteen love. $30 love.
It's going to be really interesting to see what gives out here on centre today. These two have both made good impressions coming into this stage. Rodionova, until the latter stages of her previous match against Madison Brengel, had barely put a foot wrong. No, racket face was too open, but watch for that slice from Rodionova today. Vandeweghe's got the firepower on court. Rodionova can crack a good clean strike as well, but she's used those twisting balls to switch up the rhythm of play throughout her time in Surbiton and keep hold of the reins.
That's all.
Oh, that's tough. It was a careful second serve
30-40.
from Rodionova, struggling a little in these conditions early. You could hear the wind picking up as she went for that delivery. Vandeweghe will take this, the early opportunity she was looking for. Break point. She overran the forehand. Vandeweghe anticipated it up the line, but so much so that she was completely jammed up. Key early survival for Rodionova, but has to wrap the game up.
Advantage, Rodionova. Deuce. Advantage, Rodionova.
She'll know that patience is important out here, Rodionova. Patience and being passive, not the same thing, but she'll know there will be some cheap points from the Vandeweghe racket because she goes for so much.
Game, Rodionova.
And there you go, she's on the board.
First game.
Particularly encouraging for Rodionova to get that first game wrapped up because she hardly seemed to make a first serve. A lot of seconds for Vandeweghe to take a look at, and in her eagerness to get on the ascendancy, just a little bit hit and miss from the American. Big day for Rodionova, targeting her second singles final of the year, but her first final at this higher level since she reached the final showdown at the Nottingham Trophy last season, so almost a full year ago now. That was also on a grass court.
Vandeweghe to serve.
So lots on the line here on centre court.
Love.
She takes the ball up the line so beautifully off both wings, Rodionova. And even if she's not thumping that ball every time, that sheer placement of shot does a great job of establishing her in the rally early. Vandeweghe just has to be wary of it.
15-30.
Bravery pays for Vandeweghe. That's a big move behind the
That's your-
second serve to quickly step up the court, but it seemed necessary.
Forty 30.
Oh, it
Yes.
seems like that ball just twisted in the air in front of her, Vandeweghe. She wasn't around it in the way she needed to be. It's a shame because that was a quality second serve. The returns are such a factor on the women's tour. The players look to step up and crack through those second serves on the return, but tougher with Vandeweghe. She's 6'1".
Advantage, Vandeweghe.
Certainly one of the taller players on the tour. And that helps a lot when it comes down to the second serve to keep the pace on it, make it less attackable.
Game, Vandeweghe.
Nicely struck.
1 game all.
Smooth finish from the American. Both players with fighting holes of serve to get this first semi-final of the day underway. And whatever happens today, a really confidence-boosting start to the grass court swing for both these players. Two names to keep an eye on going forwards. Likelihood is they'll both contest Wimbledon qualifying.
Fifteen love. Thirty love.
Nice move, like that from Vandeweghe.
30-15.
Had the positioning to take that ball on the rise, but it wasn't just where she took the ball, it was how she followed it in. So Rodionova immediately had her back against the wall, rushed.
40-15.
Did it again. Flowing footwork from Vandeweghe.
40-30.
Rodionova's got her head down, her eye on that ball, so she's barely aware of Vandeweghe in the forecourt. Just there to keep it steady. Up. But credit to Vandeweghe, she's been willing to step inside this baseline early, just apply the extra pressure as a result.
(40-30).
Second ace of the game, cancelling out that double fault to open. But Rodionova is just a step away here. Needs one more.
Touch.
Touch indeed. Nicely scooped up by Rodionova.
Deuce.
Vandeweghe forced into a really difficult half volley there. Rodionova, the angle on the return, she's just picking up that immediate aggression from Vandeweghe, adjusting accordingly. She's had quick starts to all 3 previous matches here in Surbiton. She's eyeing up another.
Advantage Vandeweghe. Again, Vandeweghe.
You could see that particular ball swerve away from the Rodionova racket at the last moment. Strong finish to that game from Coco Vandeweghe. Kept her head in a little bit of a tighter moment. Been taken to deuce, but hasn't yet faced a break point. Rodionova saved that one in the very first game.
$15 love. $15
Yanks that forehand a little bit, Vandeweghe. It worked out in her favour though. Dropped awkwardly.
$15-30.
Now here's a good chance for Vandeweghe. Just squeezed through the previous game, and when a game's been that close, you can feel like you've snatched a bit of momentum moving into the next.
30. $40-30.
That's better.
Yes.
Few too many early misses for Vandeweghe, but that return to the body has proved really effective. Bit more margin, but still caging Rodionova up so that she can't attack the way she wants to early on.
Advantage Rodionova. Deuce.
We've not yet seen Rodionova in a position this week where she's really irritated. Even after she missed match point opportunities in the second set against Menes and Brengel yesterday, she kept her head pretty well beginning of the third.
Advantage, Rodionova.
And the fact that she loves this surface so much might help, because she has been prone at times in the past to melt down a little, let frustrations get the better of her. But huge
Okay,
respect
Rodionova.
to the way she's handling this, and you can tell from that glance over to the stand, she knows that was big.
Rodionova leads 3 games to 2.
So this one about as close as expected leading in. I mean, we don't have a head-to-head to go off, but in terms of the form of both players and how much they rate this surface, it was certainly a clash that had a lot of expectation riding on it, living up to it early on. Vandeweghe just has to be careful now because she's got the disadvantage on the scoreboard. It was by her own choice. She opted to receive to open, had that break point chance in the opening game, but didn't get the breakthrough that she was looking for. And if the set continues with this kind of rhythm, that scoreboard pressure might hurt her a little bit later on. So key to keep holding on and giving herself chances on the return as we approach the middle portion of the set.
Time.
Still hasn't really got that first serve percentage where she wants it, Vandeweghe. Let's see if she can up those numbers now.
Love 15.
To give you the contrast, Rodionova serving at 64% in these early stages. That's solid. She'd like it to be higher, but she's still 20% more first serves landed than Vandeweghe, who's down at a meager 44%. And for
Love
Vandeweghe,
30.
that's a big problem. You can see it there. She's so anxious to finish the point quickly behind that first serve because she's just not landing as many as she'd like. Don't give her too much grief for that missed overhead. It is tough in the wind. She jumped up to meet the ball as well. It's going to hurt her on the scoreboard though. Love 30 deficit. That's good stuff. Now that commitment is essential.
15-30.
She knows she has to live or die by this kind of play. Key to keep the feet moving, to find the sweet spot that time around.
All.
There's the overhead, giving her some
30,
trouble.
40.
One was dangerous. Two was too many. Facing a first break point now, Vandeweghe. Rodionova sensing a chance here.
Again,
It was a good
Rodionova.
move, but the execution just wasn't there. Trying to
Rodionova leads 4 games to 2.
assert herself, Vandeweghe, maybe display some confidence even if she's not really feeling it. Fake it till you make it, but the volley just wasn't on target. Rodionova with the breakthrough, much like all her previous matches so far this week. Getting the early lead. If she can consolidate this, she's well on her way to the set. No time for Vandeweghe to dwell on those misses.
Love 15. Love 30.
Second time one of the players has opened with a double fault in this set, and both times it's resulted in the love 30 deficit. Vandeweghe with a helping hand to get right back on stride here. Oh, she's got it right this time. That's too good from the American.
Love 40.
Great disguise on the final backhand. I'm not sure if she decided where she was putting it, but it was effective. Chances to play with here.
Again,
Hello,
Vandeweghe.
Coco.
New balls, please.
She's probably thinking, where was that before?
Rodionova leads 4 games to 3.
Nicely done by the number 7 seed. Back on serve. And Rodionova will be left to regret that double fault. She had a real chance to establish herself there, and you can see she's less than impressed. But a much better game from Vandeweghe. In her previous service game, it was just too rushed, a little bit desperate as opposed to feeling conviction. That time around, laid the groundwork, again used that body return to great effect. And took advantage of the early gift. But we're heading into the business end. There's no breathing room here. Rodionova, a disappointing service game for her, but she's still up on the scoreboard. I expect her to make life difficult in this next return game.
Time. Fifteen love. 30 love.
Good reach there from Vandeweghe. That could have gone very wrong very quickly. And taking the boost from the previous game.
Forty love. Again, Vandeweghe.
Well, you can bin what I said about Rodionova making that close. Not today, says
4 games
Vandeweghe.
all.
That's good stuff. She had the wind on her side there as well. It was carrying the ball that bit more. She was quick to take up her position behind it. Too much for the Rodionova racket to handle. Puts the pressure on this next service game. 2 games dropped in a row. That's top draw. Yeah, she had a little bit of help from the net cord, but great
Love
pick up
15.
on the forehand. The ball came in so quickly from Rodionova. That's a pretty reactive approach slice from the Aussie. And Vandeweghe showing off those double skills.
Yes. 15 all.
Oh, that was potentially a slight miss hit. I mean, if it wasn't, that was an
15, 30.
outrageous angle from Vandeweghe. Looked like she did just hook that cross court. Whether it was intentional or not, look what that does to the scoreboard. Rodionova's got to be really feeling it now. Tight shoulders. That's a shame because it was the point of the match up until that backhand. Great scrambling from Rodionova, just reminding everyone of her doubles experience as well. Can't match Vandeweghe's career high of number 14, but reverse those numbers, number 41. Not bad going.
Forty 30. Again, Rodionova.
This time, Rodionova benefiting. Nice little bit of kick on that wide serve.
Rodionova leads 5 games to 4.
And a nice bit of reassurance for her after things went slightly awry in the previous couple of games. Put the brakes on exactly where she needed to. And this is the scoreboard situation that Vandeweghe didn't want to face. Serving now to stay in the set. Less margin for error now. Vandeweghe not the only Coco in action in the tennis world today. Over in Paris, Coco Gauff going for Grand Slam title #1, taking on the world #1, Iga Swiatek. It was actually Gauff that took one of the next semi-finalists out of Roland Garros in round 2. Alison van Uytvanck will be taking on Jodie Burrage in the next match of the day.
Time.
Here we go then, could get dicey here. Vandeweghe serving to stay in the opening set.
Love 15.
That's well handled by Vandeweghe, considering the loss of the opening point, but also the way that ball was swinging into her, carried a little. Had to do the extra work.
Fifteen, 30.
Much needed after double fault #2.
30 all.
And again, a great example of Vandeweghe's willingness to commit that is essential out here. Long term, she's not going to craft Rodionova off the court. She has to put her foot down. Too much air on the drop shot. She lost her way a little there, Vandeweghe, because Rodionova was
30,
able
40.
to keep the rally going long enough that she just overthought it. Here we go then. Biggest break point of the match so far. This one's a set point.
Let for serve. Game first set.
And it
Rodionova.
goes on a double. We talked about her committing and going for it,
6
but
games to
ultimately
4.
she was down too many holes in that set. Vandeweghe wasn't allowed the breathing room for mistakes. And Arina Rodionova gets it done on the return. She is 1 foot in the final here at the Surbiton Trophy. Handling all these factors well early on, the Aussie. A very dangerous non-seeder. Ursula Radwanska's heart would have sunk when she saw that opening round draw. Met her end at Rodionova's hands, the younger Radwanska sister to the younger Rodionova sister, for the loss of 2 games for Rodionova. 6-love, 6-2. She sent the statements early. Work for Vandeweghe to do here. The encouraging statistic for her is that twice in this tournament already she's been a set down, and on both occasions she came back to win against Eden Silva in the first round and Tatjana Maria in the quarters. Maria also with a grass court WTA title to her name. So Vandeweghe's not done. This match isn't either. Over on court 1, the opening set also wrapped up for the lower-ranked players, Ingrid Neal and Rosalie van der Hoek, the number 3 seeds from America and the Netherlands, respectively. They've taken it 6-3 over Fernanda Contreras and Catherine Harrison, seeded number 2.
Time.
Ideal situation for Rodionova here. Retrospect's a wonderful thing. Vandeweghe's first slip-up was opting to receive to open that first set, not capitalizing on her breakpoint opportunity, and then falling victim to
Second set,
scoreboard
Rodionova
pressure
to serve.
right at the finish line there. Rodionova's got to hold this game to keep hold of the momentum.
Fifteen love. Thirty love. 30-15.
Not only is Vandeweghe a 2-time Wimbledon quarter-finalist, but her runs on both occasions were impressive. First of those in 2015. Defeated Karolina Pliskova, Samantha Stosur and Lucy Safarova, all seeded, all in straight sets. And that is an example of just how she got that done.
30-all.
When she's finding her range, the immediacy of her attack on this swifter surface is devastating. And she's got such ability in the forecourt.
40-30. Game, Rodionova.
The pressure points throughout this one. More and more regularly going
First game,
Rodionova's
second
way.
set.
She's really had a stranglehold on things when push has come to shove. For the second set in a row, Vandeweghe's playing catch-up. Rodionova herself has competed at Wimbledon 6 times in singles. She made her debut in 2010. One of the veterans on tour now, not sure she'll like me saying that. Qualified for the main draw twice. Her best result is a run to the second round in 2017. She beat last year's Roland Garros finalist Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova in the first round before just missing out against Serena Diaz. 8 times featured in the doubles at Wimbledon as well.
Love 15.
She's got to be really careful now, Vandeweghe. And it's such a fine line to tread. We've said she has to commit to the attack and trying to get on top of things, but she's got to give herself a little bit of margin as well so she's not handing over costly, cheap points. That's the
50
way.
all.
That first serve is really essential now just to wrap things up within the first 2 or 3 shots.
$30-15. $40-15.
How about the kick on that one? The placement as well, right on the line. Stretching Rodionova to her limits.
Game, Vandeweghe.
We pretty much didn't see anything that wasn't a serve and volley from Vandeweghe in that game.
1 game all.
And look how comprehensively she held it to 15. That's a way forward for the American. Good to see her officially switch it up like that. And to do it with confidence. When she attempted those early moves in midway through the first set, it just felt like she was rushing. But there was real clarity about the way she delivered that hold. Let's see if it has an impact into this game.
$15 love.
She's not going to let it. Sense the moment to step up there, Rodionova. That's big.
30 love. Thirty 15. 40 15.
Gotta be careful, Vandeweghe. If you tally up the number of returns she missed like that in the opening set, it definitely had an impact. That's the way.
30.
And she's a player that can put that extra little bit of topspin on the shot, Vandeweghe, and still make it damaging. Just give herself a little bit more margin as she's going over that high part of the net at the edge of the court.
Game. Rodionova.
The fine margins are still going her way on the majority of occasions.
Rodionova leads 2 games to 1.
And keeping Vandeweghe chasing has been essential. Little nods over to the camp. And it's if she comes to serve this out that we might see some difficulties for Rodionova. That was the case yesterday. A couple of unfortunate finishes to the women's matches on centre court yesterday. Rodionova, recipient of a retirement from Madison Brengel. Now, she'd already been match point away twice from the victory, but Brengel did slip end of the second set, couldn't carry on in the third, and it was pretty much identical from Mihaela Buzarnescu, also retired 2-1 down in a set against Jodie Burrage after hitting the deck. And it was when Rodionova came to serve for the clash that she had her first blip. We saw in the previous set here, it can be so much easier to get it done on the return when there's no opportunity for your shoulders to get tight on the serve. You're just that little bit looser.
Love 15.
That's at least the second, maybe the third time that Vandeweghe has opened a game with a double fault in this match. She's playing dangerously now.
Wait, please. Fifteen all. Fifteen 30.
The serve and volley, when it's sprinkled in, can be really effective, and it served Vandeweghe so well in the previous game, but she's got to be careful now because Rodionova's cottoned onto it. That return kept low into the body, difficult for Vandeweghe to control. Much better. And if the serve is quality, then why not
30 all.
step it up wrap it up, get it done. But anything that's not quite on target, Rodionova with her skills at the back of the court, she's going to be across that. Difficult for Vandeweghe to take her racket out of her hands the way she has some other players.
(40-30). Yes.
She was inside the baseline after landing from the serve, Vandeweghe. I think maybe she was even thinking about approaching behind the second, and Rodionova, with the depth of the return, made her pay for that. Caught her off balance.
Advantage, Rodionova.
And here she comes. As the first real opportunity of the second set, the woman who's leading with the break points.
Deuce.
Frustrated Rodionova, she was actually in position. Vandeweghe doing a great job of keeping her eye on the ball, her focus on her own side of the net. Well, it was a good response from Vandeweghe off the
Advantage,
back of the net
Rodionova.
court, but Rodionova's been eagle-eyed here. Read that overhead well and knew that taking the ball up the line, if she got the placement, would likely be enough.
Let for serve. Game, Rodionova.
Now, the first serve percentage is still far below where she'd want it to be, Vandeweghe.
Rodionova leads 3-1.
And ultimately, Rodionova makes her pay for finding herself at the bottom of these holes. If she can back this up, Rodionova, she is well on her way to that final, but it's a big if. She did have a little bit of a misstep partway through the opening set. Had the chance to serve for 5-2. Vandeweghe broke back to love. First couple of points here, really key.
(15-love). Let for serve. 30 love.
And there are those first couple of points on the Rodionova side of the scoreboard. That is a nice safety net for her in this really key game.
(30-15).
And boy, did she need them.
(40-15). Again, Rodionova.
Comfy consolidation for Arena Rodionova there.
Rodionova leads 4-1.
And with that, the finish line has just come into vision for her. All the pressure on Coco Vandeweghe after this sit down. The fact she's kept Vandeweghe consistently trailing has just caught up to the American, it feels. And still, it's not 100% safe territory. It looks like a healthy lead on the scoreboard, but 4-1 is still a single break of serve, so absolutely paramount for Coco Vandeweghe now is to take each moment as it comes, each point individually in isolation, and focus on winning each and every one. If she can keep in touch, she could take advantage of some jitters from Rodionova like we saw when she served for the match yesterday and offered up back-to-back double faults. It's a big moment for her. Looking for a return to a W100 ITF singles final for the first time in a year. But right here, right now, pressure's on Vandeweghe.
(15 love).
Not that you would know it from that performance.
(15-0).
She was helped a
15-30.
little there, Rodionova, and she knows it, but she had the right idea on the return, chopping it short, looking to hit Vandeweghe's shoelaces as she undoubtedly raced up for the serve and volley. Too
15-14.
fluid, too good from Rodionova. Read it like a book. And this is a story that we've seen over and over again in this match. Vandeweghe down another deficit. This one's critical. Double break point for the double break advantage.
30-40. Game. Rodionova.
Well, there it is. There's double fault number 6.
New balls, please.
For Coco Vandeweghe, just one too many. And it looks
Rodionova
like
leads
her
5 games to
fate
1.
might be decided here. Arina Rodionova with the double break, with a little bit of room on the scoreboard to allow for some nerves if there are any lingering, because right now she's serving for her spot in the Surbiton Trophy final.
Fifteen love.
Supreme start. Toying with Vandeweghe now, using the wind, using the placement to make her extremely uncomfortable. 2 points away.
Love.
And now just the one. Nottingham finalist last year. Is she about to make that stage in Surbiton? Rodionova with triple match point.
Game, set, and match.
She
Rodionova.
made her intentions known right from the word go here in Surbiton.
6-4, 6-1.
And Arina Rodionova is deservedly into the singles final. What a performance from the Aussie. Patience, persistence, and perfect placement time and time again. She's earned the applause.
Centre match complete. Rodionova wins 6-4, 6-1.
Another great result. Backs up the defeat of the top seed. That was via retirement, but you did get the feeling that she'd find a way, Rodionova, to get the job done if she needed to play the match out. She's just loving life on the grass courts. Respect for Coco Vandeweghe, who is on the up. Year-end rankings have increased over the last few years. Top 400 2019, top 300 2020, top 200 2021. If that pattern keeps up, the American should be top 100 end of the year.
Well, it always feels great to be in the finals, and yeah, I think the conditions helped me a little bit today. It was quite windy, so I'm pretty happy with the weather this week actually.
Good to hear for you so far. Finalist in Canberra, now into a final here at Surbiton. Are you happy with your performances so far this year? What your game is at the moment?
I just really love playing on grass, and I'm just taking it one day at a time, and I'm really enjoying being here. And, yeah, actually it feels like home to me because I have my family here with me, my life coach Chris down over there, and I wouldn't be here without you. So thanks, Chris.
Well, it's great to have you here with us. Congratulations on your tomorrow's fight.
Thank you very much, and thanks for watching. And I bet you guys glad I got it down in 2 sets, and you have enough time to watch Angel now because
Everybody's saying now you're match. You've got another great match up the way next as well to care about before.
She's quite a character, Irina Rodionova, confirming her love of the grass courts that we've seen in evidence here at the Surbiton Trophy. There she is, your first finalist, Irina Rodionova, but who will she be taking on in the Surbiton Trophy final tomorrow? It'll be one of the next two players onto court. Alison van Uytvanck, the number 2 seed, takes on Britain's very own Jodie Burrage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, time for our next action here on centre court. Have a warm round of applause for our ball crew, please, from Hollyfield School. And we welcome our on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Fiona Edwards. First on the court, would you please welcome Jodie and Burrage. And her opponent for this match, the number 2 seed here at Surbiton in the competition, it's Vandeweghe.
Welcome back to the Surbiton Trophy for the second time today. We have one of the women's finalists decided. Arena Rodionova, unseeded but in top form, took out Coco Vandeweghe, the number 7 seed, 6-4, 6-1. But who will join her in tomorrow's showdown? It's the number 2 seed on court, Alison van Uytvanck, and she's taking on Britain's own Jodie Burrage. Abigail Johnson with you in the commentary booth again for the second match of the day on centre court. The men's semi-finals to follow, a certain Andy Murray featuring. And on court now, a player who knows what it's like to compete alongside him, Jodie Burrage, 23 years old. And playing close to home here in Surbiton. Not sure how much like at home it feels at the moment with the wind absolutely blowing. She's going to have to factor that in today. But she loves a grass court, as you can see that. That WTA career high ranking of number 204 achieved earlier this season for Burrage, who last year enjoyed her first full year on the pro circuit after injuries hit pretty early in her career. By the age of 21, she'd had 3 major ankle surgeries. The most recent of those was actually after she slipped here at the Surbiton Trophy last time the event was staged in 2019 prior to the pandemic. She thought that was it at that point. She'd had so much to contend with already. Said she was in a pretty dark place for a few months after that, but she's had some highlights to speak of over the last couple of years. 4 ITF singles titles to her name. But up against a really accomplished player today in Alison van Uytvanck, 28 years old, from Belgium. Her career high ranking achieved in 2018. She reached her doubles career high ranking of number 66 just last month, Van Uytvanck, and she's finding some form on the lawns. Coming into this event, she'd lost 4 of her last 6 matches, but she's made her presence known here in Surbiton. Opening round 6-3, 6-4 over Leslie Patinama-Kirkova. Then she had to come from a set down in round 2 over big serving Alicia Parks of the United States. That was 2-6, 7-5, 7-5 for Van Uytvanck. And then her most comprehensive win of the week so far, just recently, yesterday in the quarterfinals, 6-love, 6-3 over Natalia Stevanovic. And Stevanovic can be tricky, likes to slice the forehand. And Van Uytvanck has come through a range of game styles to make this stage, so she should feel adequately warmed up for the task at hand. Burrage would admit she got a little bit fortunate in her quarter-final match yesterday. She'd had 2 big wins to kick off her week over the number 3 seeds Julin and Katarina Beindl. Fiona Edwards in the chair for this one. It's 2 straight sets wins actually for Burrage to kick off. That was 7-6, 6-3 in round 1 and 6-4, 6-4 in round 2. But the quarter-final against Mihaela Buzarnescu yesterday wasn't going her way. The number 6 seed was up a set, and it was just as Burrage held for 2-1 in the second with a forehand back behind that Buzarnescu tried to adjust and slipped and was forced to retire. Left the court looking pretty tearful because she's had some savage injuries to deal with over the last couple of years or so, Buzarnescu. Burrage could empathise with that. And when she came back after the ankle surgeries, Burrage was really tentative about her movement on court. So it's been a challenging day or so to see not 1 but 2 players hit the deck here on centre court and have to retire. Madison Brengel, the top seed, and Buzarnescu yesterday, both falling in pretty much exactly the same way, and that bringing an unfortunate end to their tournaments. But Burrage, a recipient of a great opportunity here, and she'd well and truly earned her way through to the quarter-final stage.
Roll the balls down.
And that was the first meeting with a player who possesses so much experience across all levels, but at the very heights as well at WTA standard. Jodie Burrage taking on Alison Van Uytvanck in the second semi-final of the day. Nice start from Burrage. Getting that favourite shot in early, the backhand down the line. Now she knows she's got a high-risk game style, but she also knows that this is a surface that can reward that. The pacey lawns. It'll also reward big serves. And unfortunately for Coco Vandeweghe in the previous match, her serve just didn't get firing. She's 6'1", the American. She's got a huge delivery. Wasn't finding the box when she needed it to. Well, this would be the ideal start for Burrage. Sufficient depth on that serve into the body, and Uytvanck has not had a lot of reaction time when that ball's come back at her. Break point in the first game. Playing her first match on centre court this week, Uytvanck. She's been sweeping through below the radar elsewhere. Not sure how much difference it makes anyway, with the conditions being so out of the ordinary today. That's a nice hold to open for the Belgian. Survives an early brush with danger and gets herself first onto the scoreboard. It's not going to be a straightforward matchup today. You can see the wind was blustery yesterday. It's billowing today. So it's not a straight up battle of who has the best serve, who has the more consistent forehand. Rodionova was pretty frank in her post-match interview after coming through 6-4, 6-1 over Vandeweghe. Said she felt the conditions helped her. She has a nifty forehand and backhand slice, and so many times the ball swung into Vandeweghe's body. Caused her some trouble. Could be troubling for Burrage if she doesn't finish these rallies within the first few shots. So that's the way to go. Now she looks warmed up, Burrage, as she should, with the 3 match wins behind her. Quick start essential.
Girl, there's a bit of paper over there. Thanks.
Lovely approach from Burrage. She's using that first shot behind the serve really well. And keeping the positioning, staying low over the ball. Got to be so careful today. Now you could see there the way the ball swung into Burrage. That's the wind carrying it. And that's what these two have to be so ready for. It's going to test the footwork, keep them on their toes. And that's guided nicely. Jodie Burrage on the board. Quickly over that missed breakpoint opportunity as well. Might be looking at this as something of a bonus, Burrage, having been a set down when her opponent retired yesterday. Definitely looks pretty loose in these early stages on centre court. How well has she done that? And the temptation might be to overhit, but in these conditions, it's probably the worst thing you could do. Van Uytvanck just getting the ball center of the racket there, directing it down the line. That's nice. Smart play from Burrage. A little bit of time to overthink there. Shakes her head. The side spin. Or is it the wind? She'll take it.
Let's listen.
That's well done. It's tough out here. Saw her catch the toss. That's where it can go really wrong on the serve. If the toss goes, everything goes. Hangs on again. Better weather for sailing at the moment in Surbiton, but Van Uytvanck keeping alive her hopes of getting sailing in this set, keeping a step out in front. Eight times a competitor at Wimbledon previously, Van Uytvanck made her debut nearly 10 years ago now in 2013 in the qualifying event. 7 times she's been in the main draw. Her best run came in 2018 where she reached the 4th round. Knocked off the defending champion Garbiñe Muguruza en route. Came from a set down to do so. Burrage made her Wimbledon main draw debut last year. It was a tough grass season for Burrage last year. There was a bit of pressure. There'd been the pandemic. She'd had the injury right at the beginning of grass season the year prior, so she'd been short on opportunities to really showcase her ability on a surface that suits her game so well. Had 4 really close matches, 3 or 4 against top players. Kept coming out the recipient of 3-set losses, but here in Surbiton, with a clean run clear of injury, she's showing what she's all about. Smart stuff from Vandeweghe, giving Burrage a taste of her own medicine. Not the court positioning. Right on top of the baseline to take that ball from the height. And with her backswing, forehand and backhand, there's not a whole lot that can go wrong. Pretty compact. Took her chances, paid off. Swinging through those first shots behind the serve. Effective. That's the way, keeping that forward movement. You could see the ball pretty much slid into the Uytvanck backhand. She's rocked onto her heels there from the word go. Full turn through the shoulders, gets the job done. And good signs early on from Burrage. She was unfortunate with the previous forehand miss, barely landed off the baseline. And the commitment that we're seeing from her is going to be pivotal. That's good stuff again. From the Londoner, family based down here. Her mum Yvonne got her into tennis. Her dad Chris was a semi-professional rugby player, so she's been raised on sport, Jodie, with her three brothers, Ben, Zach and Seb. Now that's smart. She's guiding these forehands really nicely, Van Uytvanck. And as much as there's frustration with the way the wind is taking this ball toss, there's no panic so far from the Belgian. Sharp angles from Burrage, but Van Uytvanck showing her reach, her balance. And looking ready for the contest in these early stages. A lot of matches under her belt over the last couple of seasons. Early on though, she does seem the more troubled by the wind on that serve. And if Burrage can stay patient, she's likely to see more opportunities. Coming in heavy and fast. Quite a boost for Burrage that the one set Van Uytvanck has dropped this week was against another huge hitter in Alicia Parks. Good signs. Breakpoint chance. Oh, back edge. Gotta hand it to her. Sneaks through again. That could be pretty key for Alison van Uytvanck. She's been on the ropes early, and she steps up in response. Not a flicker from the 28-year-old. Keeping the emotions under wraps. And just 2 weeks ago, she was still competing on clay in Paris. And the woman that took her out of competition is in action right now in the Roland Garros final. 18-year-old Coco Gauff taking on the world number 1, Iga Swiatek. Down an early break over there in Paris, but Van Uytvanck has to take a bit of confidence from that her run was only ended by a player that's almost gone all the way. Full house today at the Surbiton Racket and Fitness Club. They, for the second day in a row, get the British back-to-back of Jody Burrage, followed by Andy Murray, top seed in the ATP Challenger event. He's got a tough clash on his hands today against accomplished grass court player Denis Kudla. Burrage playing catch-up then. And she was ready early there, Van Uytvanck, inside the baseline to take the time away. Just drew Burrage into her game of cat and mouse there. And this is where she was going to look to make the Brit pay. Close previous game. Chances for Burrage again. Van Uytvanck sneaks through and automatically has a little bit of momentum on her side.
She corrected it.
Didn't accelerate through that shot the way she needed to. Just starting to find the timing tougher, Burrage, as this wind picks up. And her opponent does as well. 3 chances to choose from. Oh, that will not help her mood. Not heard many of those this week. And there it is. Held on a couple of times up against scoreboard pressure, Van Uytvanck. And still, if you were to look at her, you wouldn't be able to read her position in the match. That is surely tough for Burrage to go up against. Holding on strong, the 28-year-old serving to back up this break of serve, the first of the match. Now this is smooth from Van Uytvanck. Great timing and good awareness of the scoreboard and the need to keep that momentum rolling, just putting the daylight between herself and Burrage at the beginning of this game. Oh, she's let Van Uytvanck out of jail there slightly, Burrage. Forehand pickup was great from the number 2 seed at the beginning of the rally. The drop shot not so much. Burrage had time on it. Yeah, this is where the early chances missed might just start to sting a little and weigh on her mind and shoulders. Particularly now, with that consolidation wrapped up fairly comprehensively by Alison Van Uytvanck. One step away from the opening set in the second match of the day here on centre court. 2 more still to come. The Surbiton Trophy itself has not been contested since 2019 due to the disruption caused by the pandemic. So last year there were back-to-back weeks of competition in Nottingham. The Nottingham Trophy was staged at this level of competition. The winner of that tournament was Alison Van Uytvanck, and her victim in the final was Rodionova, who just under an hour ago moved through into the final here in Surbiton. So if Van Uytvanck can get this done, it'll be a rematch. And that just tells you something about the form and ability of both players on a grass court. Jodie Burrage has other plans though, serving to stay in this opening set. Surbiton Trophy first began as a women's event in the year 1997. Hasn't been a female British winner since Louise Latimer in the year 2000. All the hopes ride on the shoulders of Burrage, the last Brit standing in the draw. No pressure. It didn't look like she felt any there. Too good from Burrage, but is it too little too late? That's the big question. Had her chances, the first chances on the return, couldn't capitalise thanks largely to the quality and the calm of her opponent. Now it's Van Uytvanck stepping up to serve for the opening set. Too smart. Just got a clap at that from Van Uytvanck. No, she's not going to hit Burrage off the court here. Ultra precise with the angle cross court. Big chance here for Burrage. With the manner in which Van Uytvanck has composed herself, she wants to look at a couple of break points back to back. Class from Van Uytvanck, showing her bucket loads of experience out here. Is the higher ranked player, and it's taken her a step away from this opening set. It's a gift. It's one she's got to open here. Time running out. Selfish stuff from Alison Van Uytvanck. Saved all the break points that she faced. Capitalized on her first opportunity. The number 2 seed leading the way. One set in the bag, 1 foot in the final. And looking pretty chilled out about the whole thing, the Belgian. Finals are not unfamiliar territory for her. And that's at all levels. This, the Surbiton Trophy, is the highest level of ITF competition at 100k level. Burrage looking for her highest ranking final. One step up from this is the WTA Tour. Over the past year, Alison Van Uytvanck has won a singles title at each level of competition. ITF, WTA Challenger, 125k, and main tier WTA Tour. And wherever you pick up the match wins, the confidence automatically comes with them. It's billowing. She's managed these conditions well, Van Uytvanck. And to be fair, Burrage probably did the better of the two right at the beginning, but she just let too many chances go begging. Didn't do too much wrong either. Van Uytvanck was just steady. And steadiness could be key today. Burrage looking to keep the scoreboard advantage in the second set. Nice start. Little shake of the head there from Burrage, but this is a good start to the second set. Can't afford to get agitated over these conditions, they're not going anywhere. Van Uytvanck will use them as well. Casually done. Just puts a little bit more pressure on this next serve from Burrage. Daylight fading on the scoreboard. And she'll take that. Little change of storyline from the opening set where Van Uytvanck saved break point in the opening game and had Burrage chasing from there. Not going to be the same occurrence this time around. Still more British interest to come on centre court. Andy Murray next up. He and Burrage played mixed doubles in 2020 during the Battle of the Brits team tennis event. Still a career highlight for Burrage. Wasn't expecting that one. Timing on point. She's not slipping up, Van Uytvanck, when she's got herself on top of that baseline. It's on point off the ground, it's on point on the scoreboard as well. Slamming the lids on that particular service game, asking the questions of Burrage once again. Accuracy at its finest. If that was a darts board, that was the bullseye. It's good to see Burrage staying in the moment here, not thinking about her position on the overall scoreboard. If yesterday taught her anything, it's that anything can happen.
40.
Quality serving. Keeping it ticking over. Burrage leading the way on centre court. She's actually had some good experience with wild conditions. Trains a lot at the LTA's National Tennis Centre, which is where a lot of the Brits have been preparing for grass court season over the last couple of weeks. She's on the Pro Scholarship Programme, the highest level of support offered by the LTA to players over the age of 16 who show great promise, as Burrage has since her junior days when she ranked inside the world's top 15. The NTC always seems to have its own little bubble of wind. It can get pretty wild outside.
Time.
So another chance for Burrage to dig in on the return. unmerciful when that ball has sat up in the forecourt. Had great control from the height of the bounce. And she's such a wall of consistency at present, Vandeweghe, that Burrage just needs to be careful that she doesn't lose her way. Those big strikes, if she can land them, they are the way. But it's a difficult game plan to execute point after point. The margins are slim. Serving time again. Pretty sharp to close the previous game from Burrage, looking to pick up where she left off. The doubles final one already today on the women's side over on court one. Victory for Ingrid Neal and Rosalie van der Hoek. The number 3 seeds got it done in straight sets over number 2 seeded pairing Fernanda Contreras and Catherine Harrison. Men's final underway, featuring the British wildcards Julian Cash, Henry Patton. Great whip. She's been sharp, Vandeweghe. Great tracker of the ball. It's been placement over power and it's been effective. Oh, she's unfortunate there, Burrage. The ball from Vandeweghe barely caught the baseline. Danger lurking now. Not that time for Vandeweghe. And that's a major boost for Burrage that she's coming out on top of a rally of that length. And that's supposed to be the area where Van Uytvanck thrives in this one. Nicely done. It's impressive from Burrage out here, staying planted in the moment, keeping her focus on her own serve, forgetting about the Van Uytvanck games once they're over. You know, the slim margins, the fine margins have been going Van Uytvanck's way the majority of the time. And if that's getting under her skin, she's not really showing it. A little frustrated yell here and there, but who wouldn't in these conditions? Taking it in stride in the second set. Penultimate day of the Surbiton Trophy, the first grass court event of the year, always a popular one as it takes place during the second week of Roland Garros, the chance to extend the grass court season, which is already such a small portion of the tennis calendar. These grass courts take a lot of care and maintenance. Three more weeks of competition after this prior to the main draw of the championships, Wimbledon, where Van Uytvanck will surely be featuring in the main draw. Looking to keep pace here. The ball into the body, particularly effective today from Van Uytvanck's side of the net. She's used it multiple times in this particular game, with the trajectory of the ball switching up in the breeze anyway. Tough to get around it. As I say that, top draw handling of the body serve from Burrage. That was vicious. And that was the swinging of a player who's 40 love down. Deficit may yet be too much. It is indeed. Timing on point once again from Alison van Uytvanck, who saved all the break points that she faced in the opening set and is yet to be broken herself. Burrage with the ball on her racket in what can often be the pivotal 7th game of a set. Says a lot about where it's headed. That is slick from Van Uytvanck. Pretty devastating stuff from the racket of the Belgian. You look at the final shot, but the setup was brilliant, so deep into Burrage. Yeah, she's just pushed that. Van Uytvanck has tracked that ball so well when Burrage has been at the net. There is that little bit of extra pressure. It wasn't as punchy as it needed to be. And that was a great serve, full stop, let alone when you consider the scoreboard pressure there. 3-all, 30-all, important juncture. She stepped up. Oh, my word. Not much you can do about that. Apart from, of course, land the first serve. I think Van Uytvanck's not too happy with the line call there. Not helping herself with how close she's making some of these. needs to tread really carefully here. Burrage bent over after the previous rally, and if we can sense those desperate vibes, Van Uytvanck can as well. Tough moments here. Break point down. As far as placement on the second serve goes, under pressure, that ranks pretty highly from Burrage. Established herself nice and early. And again, a little boost for her that she's able to come out on top of an exchange where Van Uytvanck did her best to make her uncomfortable. That's a monumental hold from Jodie Burrage. It could even swing this match for her, such was the length of it. Able to fend off a break point there for the first time. Triple break point opportunity for Van Uytvanck in the opening set. She capitalized on the first opening. And having come through that battle, there's a real opportunity for Burrage to snatch momentum here. She's gone toe-to-toe with Van Uytvanck. Her opponent has just been too clinical when it's mattered most. On that occasion, Burrage did step up, ripped the first shot behind the serve when she needed to. So does that alter things?
Time.
They've split sets in the men's doubles final. Julian Cash and Henry Patton, the wildcards, taking the seconds over the number 3 seeds. They're in their first ATP Challenger final. They're on a 15-match win streak. Here she is again, being absolutely clinical when she needs to be. First 2 points when Burrage would have been sensing an opportunity. Consider the statement made from Alison van Uytvanck. That was efficient. And it puts a lot of pressure on Jodie Burrage's shoulders here. Hope snuffed out. And this is the biggest test of whether she can take the match point by point from here. This is the moment, is what Van Uytvanck has got to be thinking. Hard for Burrage to ignore that feeling as well if the scoreboard's on her mind. Has to lock into the moment now. Oh my goodness. Absolute robbery from Van Uytvanck. Yeah, Burrage looked a little flustered early in the rally, but that ball's almost bounced twice, just nudges the racket face underneath it. Quality. And triple break point. Sneaky approach. She's been on the money pretty much since the word go, Alison van Uytvanck. Early chances went begging for Burrage, and she's been unmerciful since then. It's the number 2 seed, Nottingham champion of last season, with the opportunity to serve for her place in the Surbiton Trophy final. The performance of an experienced professional so far. It's not over yet for Van Uytvanck. It's always a little bit of a different mental scenario when it comes to wrapping something up, finishing things off. But she's had plenty of experience. 12 singles ITF titles, spanning a period of a decade. 2 singles titles at WTA level. At the challenger level, sorry, of the WTA circuit. 5 straight WTA titles. And now she's looking for the opportunity to fight for another trophy at ITF 100k level. Here's Alison van Uytvanck. She's serving for the match. And that's a big start from Burrage. She knows it's all or nothing here. And she can come out swinging that little bit more. She'll know the efficient performance that Van Uytvanck has laid down out here. It's not been so much about Burrage's mistakes. pinpoint. Found the marks every time she's really needed to, Vandeweghe. And that one's a pretty killer blow for Burrage. Big difference between 15 all and love 30, particularly with Vandeweghe rarely putting a foot wrong. It was interesting to hear the reaction from Vandeweghe after the forehand. Big yell. Barely heard a peep from her throughout the clash. She's kept it very low key, but is sensing the pressure. The finish line's in front of her, but she hasn't crossed it. First serve isn't deserting her though when it matters most. Here's a couple of match points for the number 2 seed. What a way to stay alive in the tournament. Jodie Burrage playing on her own terms. Magic backhand. Too good, too often from the number 2 seed. Alison Vandeweghe is into the Surbiton Trophy final, and it'll be a rematch of the Nottingham Trophy final last season between herself and Arena Rodionova. That is one to look forward to tomorrow. Really impressive stuff from this woman. And a great effort from Jodie Burrage. She had the early chances and she consistently played the match on her own terms, but not as consistently as the woman who is ranked inside the world's top 60 for a reason. She showed it today. Her experience, her composure, her options, and just the security that she has off the ground. Going to hear from her now. We will see her tomorrow. Alison Vandeweghe up against Arena Rodionova in the Surbiton Trophy Women's Final. But who will take their spot in the men's final? It's time to find out. 2 semi-finals coming up for you shortly on centre court. I've been Abigail Johnson guiding you through the women's action. But as Dennis Kudla and the top seed Andy Murray take to court shortly, it'll be Nick Lester with you in the commentary box.
Monday. Yeah. See ya. Cracking. Thanks.
So everyone on centre court, just let you know our next match will get underway at 3:30. So 3:30 for our next section on centre court. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next action here on centre court, it's our first semi-final and then side of the competition. Please first of all show your appreciation for our ball crew from Honeyfield School. And your on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Robert Barnford. First of all, please welcome onto court the number 17 here this year at Surbiton, Dennis Kudla. And his opponent, the number 1 seed here at Surbiton this year, two-time Wimbledon champion, Andy Murray.
Well, good afternoon to you from Surbiton. Once more, we are down to the last 4 in the men's singles here at the Surbiton Trophy, and the top seed and two-time Wimbledon champion in picture. It's still going strong after an excellent week for Andy Murray, yet to drop a set. And today he faces a very accomplished grass court player in the shape of Dennis Kudla of the United States. 29 years of age is Dennis, currently at 81 in the world, and he has had 3 fine wins already to set up this meeting with the former world number 1. My name is Nick Lester, delighted to have your company. Conditions are blustery, as you can see. It's perhaps a little more autumnal, to be honest, out there right now. But after the rain of this morning, thankfully that abated. An hour and a half or so delay to play, but conditions, I think, are going to be challenging once again today. And Murray, of course, faced a similar set of circumstances yesterday in his win over another American, Brandon Nakashima. Really pleased, I think, with the way he competed, and again the way he served on the big points. So important in overcoming the 20-year-old Nakashima yesterday. Second semi-final, of course, will pit the 20-year-old Finn Otto Virtanen. Been a week for him. Really has first Challenger Tour level semi-final. He overcame Ryan Peniston yesterday, and Jordan Thompson coming through as well. Been a good week for Jordan, the 8th seed here. Of course, he faced Rafael Nadal in the first round at Roland Garros. Pretty brutal draw there, so got on the grass quickly, and he came through against his fellow Australian Chris O'Connell, 2 and 3. Excellent lineup here in Surbiton again here this year. Headlined, understandably, by this man. Tickets have been sold out over the last couple of days to, one suspects, get a glimpse of what this man can do, and it's been impressive. So far, obviously, these conditions here in Surbiton are a little different, as he's touched on a couple of times. They're a little more kind of old-school grass courts, quite quick, quite low bouncing, fairly open, and can cause some problems, but Murray's dealt with it well. Started the week in fine fashion with a comfortable win over Yuri Rodionova. little more complicated in the last couple of rounds, but you can see the ranking at 67 in the world. If he were to win this event, incidentally, Murray, he would put himself very close to a place in the world's top 60 once again, as he looks to continue to build that ranking back up to where he wants to be. In need of matches, and again, one thing that's been plainly obvious this week is just how hungry he is to compete. That's never going to change, is it? It's been a remarkable effort for him just to compete again, but the desire and the hunger to get back to winning these sorts of matches, winning the matches at the highest level, is very much in place. And they all look forward, I'm sure, to this test. He's played this man once before, Dennis Kudla. They actually played last year for the first time in San Diego in the first round down there at that 250 event that took place in the autumn. But 29 years of age is Dennis now. Was a very good junior, actually. He actually made the final of the Junior US Open back in 2010. It's had an excellent professional career. Never quite broken the top 50, but had a lot of his success on the grass courts. You look at his runs, certainly in recent times, last summer in particular. Made the final of the Nottingham Challenger, which was this week last year. Lost to Francis Tiafoe there. Then qualified at Wimbledon and made the third round.
2 minutes.
Actually lost to Novak Djokovic in a tight one in the third round at Wimbledon. Has made the last 16 at Wimbledon as well. That was back in 2015. And this year's been pretty solid for him. He won the Phoenix Challenger, which is perhaps the biggest challenger of the year, maybe outside of this one, or certainly close. A very strong event, that is, which sits between Indian Wells and Miami. He had success there. $125,000 event. He's won 19 matches this year and lost 15. Comes here having lost in the first round at Roland Garros to the Australian Jason Kudla. Just dropped the one set this week has Kudla. That was against Alexei Popyrin in the first round, where he won 6-3 in the third, beat Liam Brody in straight sets 6 and 3, and also beat Max Purcell yesterday 4 and 6. Certainly doesn't mind the low bouncing courts. These grass courts in particular, he hits the ball pretty flat, does Dennis. Gets a bit more out of the game. Obviously the serve in particular he'll get a little bit more out of. And there's a chance to have a crack at this man again. His serve has been in good working order, particularly on the big points. I think that's what all plays in this week. Only lost serve once so far. He faced the 2 break points yesterday against Nakashima. The only player that broke him was Gijs Brouwer, the Dutchman, in the second round. Numbers have been really good. Going to be very testing out there, though. You can see just again how much the wind is moving our camera positions around. Some of the fans just make their way in. Busy here today. Got a couple of junior county matches taking place on the outside courts as well. Nice to see. A lot of the youngsters trying to get a look at Murray as he competes here for the first time in 18 years at the Surbiton Trophy. So playing for a spot in tomorrow's final. Let's hope the weather holds.
First set, Andy Murray to serve. Play.
Murray to take on Dennis Kudla. Kudla's record at challenger level.
15 love.
He's won 8 challenges in his career as Dennis. You compare the win-loss record for him. At challenger level compared to tour level, it's a huge difference.
Thirty love. Let.
35% win-loss on the ATP Tour for Kudla. Compare that with the Challengers where he's at 62. So that gives you an idea of just where he's been able to feel a little more comfortable in his career. Seeing that shot produced quite a bit this week.
40 love. $40-15. Game, Murray. First game.
So Murray off to the perfect start here. Started his year in good fashion by making the final down in Sydney. He lost to Aslan Karatsev in that final, the big hitting Russian. Not forget where Murray was at the start of the year ranking wise,
Dennis Kudla to
34,
set.
so he's been at a half the ranking in the space of 6 months. Just struggled over the course of the spring to get those back-to-back wins.
Love 15.
Lose to some quality opposition. He lost to Uytvanck Eliassim in Rotterdam, and who won the tournament. Lost to Bautista Agut the week later, a man who won the tournament. Yannick Sinner in
15.
Dubai, Bublik in Indian Wells, and then in Miami, of course, it was top seed Daniil Medvedev.
$15-30.
First time I think Kudla's played on this main centre court here. Certainly a little bit more space around it than there are some of the outside ones, that's for sure. He's struggling a little bit to
15-40.
deal with the conditions right now.
30-40. Murray.
Not fixing this game, you have to say, from Dennis Kudla. Murray not happy about the call on the line, the far line, but
Murray leads 2 games to 1.
full time. Just the start he was looking for. Thirst for success has not dimmed in the slightest for this man at 35 years of age now. Talking to a few people around him this week, confirming just how much the desire is still in place for a really big run at Wimbledon. Certainly very possible if he can get enough matches under his belt. They're playing Stuttgart next week. Actually drawn a qualifier in the first round over there.
15 love.
Kudla coached by Robert Lindstedt, the former Swedish player. Robert here this week. He actually retired from the game in Davis Cup at the end of last year, playing for Sweden. Hung his rackets up in his early 40s. Actually based in Miami is Robert. Good chat with him yesterday. A young family now.
30-15.
Still happy to do the weeks on the road with Kudla, who is known for many years. Serving from Murray. Yet to miss a first serve.
Game, Murray.
Perfect start. The ball cleanly, serving big. And he's rushing Kudla. He's some way behind already in this opening set. 3-love. Actually born in Kiev in Ukraine was Dennis, but family made the move across to the States in his early years. Based in Washington DC for many years. Grew up with the likes of Francis Tiafoe, seeing him develop his game. They're good friends. A group of players over there at College Park.
Time.
approach down the middle. No real angles for Murray to work with. Almost kind of overran this a fraction. To make the semi-finals of the event in Halle a couple of years ago as well. That was the furthest he's ever been in an ATP Tour event. Lost to Federer over in Germany. Got there with time. Just a couple of issues with his grip.
15-all.
Oh, that's brilliant. He's done so well here. To get the ball out of his feet. Ability to control the racket face, get enough pace on it, and then redirect it.
$30-all.
Hit the ball pretty flat, so again, that's where the slice does come into play. The ball staying lower on you. If you do hit the ball a bit flat, it's tough to get the ball up and down from there, especially when going over the high part of the net. That's nice. Murray a little deeper.
Juice. Advantage Kudla. Game. Good luck.
So must-win game for Dennis Kudla to keep himself involved in this opening set.
Murray leads 3-1. $15-all.
Oh, it's brilliant. Yes, he may have got a little bit of luck, but the intention was very much there. He knew where Kudla was coming. See that look up. I'm not sure Kudla would have dealt with it anyway. You use those little chips so effectively off the forehand and the backhand, the little short bunts. Knows that the ball's not going to get up on this surface.
Okay, Murray.
14 out of 14 first serves made for Murray so far.
Release 4 games to 1.
It's excellent. And he's got a 4-1 lead.
Yes, maybe a very short shower.
Just a bit of rain coming down, as you may just have heard. You can see it on the screen if you look closely. Just spitting a little bit. May not be enough to stop play, hopefully.
Time.
So 1-4. Kudla serving.
on. 15 on.
I think this is career high ranking. 53. That was achieved back in the early summer of 2016.
31.
Been easy. I remember him talking about a year or so ago about the difficulties of trying to climb the rankings when he was outside the top 100, given how hard it was to break through with the kind of 2-year ranking system in place, how many matches you had to win at the challenger level. That made life difficult for him. I think it did a fair few. Actually, his win in the Phoenix Challenger in March actually pushed him back inside to double figures. This is good tennis from both.
14-15.
Some angle that was.
Fitted. Game, Kudla.
That's well done.
Marie Lee,
Reduces the gap
games to
in
2.
his first set. Good as this. 7th ace already. And he's only hit 16 first serves. Big injection of base from Kudla. Has to do something to respond, and that was quite the hit. Again, that's why this surface lends itself for him. He's got a flat strike. Balls stay low, and because it's already got a low trajectory, it has added value because of that.
$30-15.
Kudla's first look at a second serve, and he exploited it well.
30-all.
Back on Murray quickly. Almost out of nowhere. Kudla's fashioned a break point. The approach from the American. He was in a bit of trouble in the rally. Kudla's back in, only missing by a fraction. Over-rotating a touch.
Advantage, Kudla.
One of those returns that's a little more uncomfortable because of the fact it wasn't timed as cleanly. Quite sure where the bounce is going to be going. That's a good sneak. A really good first volley as well. The American keen to get forwards.
Walls, please.
And after a slow start,
Release 4 games to 3.
he's worked his way back into this opening set.
Time.
So the contest now developing in this opening set. Murray, having had points for 4-love, couldn't make the most of them. And here we are at 4-3.
Team up.
New balls certainly make a difference this time of the year. The Slazenger balls do get quite fluffed up, quite heavy. These will feel significantly livelier for the first couple of games.
$15 all. $30-15.
It's a good strike. A real purchase.
30 all.
Yes, the slice was hanging and it was kind of inviting, but he really did give it a crack. Was a slightly conservative approach. He knows he probably got away with it somewhat. fire himself up here.
Juice.
Mark Hilton, the coach here with him this week. Former player, of course, Mark. Travelled with Andy a little bit over the course of his career. Actually in Indian Wells this year with Murray, was Mark.
Advantage Kudla. Left. First serve. Juice. Advantage
Lovely
Kudla.
serve. Such a quick motion, very low ball toss. When he did win the event in Phoenix in March, on a quick hard court there, he only broken serve. He only was broken 3 times that week.
Game.
He was in danger of being broken twice in a row in this set. And he made it, kept it to just a 1, and he's drawn Murray back in. What a good effort this is. It's 4 apiece.
Mark.
How frustrated Murray is to have really let him back in here.
Left.
Oh, he's missed it.
30-15.
That is massive. That's the reason why the grass court suit his game. He's got a very obviously a shorter guy, low centre of gravity, short steps to get out there. And look at the move he makes to cut the angle off. You can just see how he suddenly moves inside the court. Tremendous hit. it difficult, didn't he? Just dipped it at his feet. Kudla for once coming up short when moving forwards.
Murray.
Well, that'll steady things down. Murray having had to work hard in this opening set. In the second half of it, gets himself back in front. 5-4. They've come in different shapes and sizes this week, they really have. Wasn't much of one in the first round, but the Dutchman in round 2 was awkward. He wasn't quite on his game that day. Yesterday, played really well against Brandon Nakashima at times. Kind of looks to control the points, the American. Very balanced game. Oh, he's doing a nice job of dictating the second set breaker. The one break of serve, in fact, in that match.
Time.
The locals looking a little chilly, because that's exactly what it is right now. That's nice. Just held the backhand long enough before he had to commit. It's his two-hander that's really doing so much good work. See how high he takes the racket back. Doesn't really drop the racket under the ball a whole lot. That was almost kind of almost semi-sliced.
$15.
His third ace.
$15.
That's a good pickup. Really good pickup. One off his toes. He's coming forwards. He's quite the presence at the moment.
15 love.
That's nice. Good solid strike.
30 love.
Deep. Kudla retreating. And good quality this set. Really has from both. Oh, that's taking it up a level.
30-15.
Really sensational. Take it on again, but
40-15. Okay, Murray.
we are heading to a tie-break, it would seem.
Murray leads 6 games to 5.
She's the game away. 6-5.
Oh, yeah. It's tight, Dennis. I don't have the best angle on that one, really. I know. Time.
So a very tight opening set. It's been the case for Murray over the last couple of rounds. Not going to be too much involved between players on this sort of surface. The ball is staying low. It can be very serve dominated. Break a piece it is.
Love 15.
Good hit. It's caught Kudla by surprise by the quality of the one up the line.
Love 30.
And here's a big opening.
15-30.
Well, it was all the damage was done by the approach. Was knifed in, barely got off the ground. So tough for Kudla to deliver a pass from down there,
15-40.
especially given how flat he hits the ball. Just couldn't get underneath it. And Murray's got a couple of set points here. It's genius. Once again, his variety, his ability to call on the slice, to mix things up. Couldn't have played it any better. And Murray takes the first. It was a good set, 7-5. Well, that was a lot of fun to watch, indeed. And Murray's numbers again on serve, superb. Made, I think, 16 in a row to start the match in terms of first serves. Dropped off a touch, but still be very pleased with those sorts of numbers. Maybe just taking a fraction of pace off given the wind. So all in all, again, we've seen this all week from him. How well he served. Kudla played his part. In his second serve, maybe just proving a little more vulnerable. But the American has definitely played his part in an entertaining opening 50 minutes.
Time. Second set, Murray to serve.
Nick Lester here with you in Surbiton, enjoying the action. Murray is set away from tomorrow's final. Record incident in grass court finals. He's rather impressive 8-1. Of course, this is a very different level, but the only one defeat he suffered in a grass court final was to Roger Federer in Wimbledon back in 2012. His last victory coming in the All England Club in 2016 when he beat Milos Raonic.
30.
To believe it's been almost 10 years since this guy won in Wimbledon for the first time.
40 love.
I'll not ever forget that day, I don't think, in terms of those that follow British sport. 2013.
Okay, Murray.
It will live long in the memory.
First game, second set.
One of the finest British sports men of all time. Lovely slice. Weighted it so well. Neutralised what had come before it. Reminder, the second semi-final features the Australian Jordan Thompson taking on Otto Virtanen of Finland. We'll be immediately following this one.
All.
Wasn't the right choice of shot, was it? It was always chasing him.
15-30.
Never really looked like he was going to be in position to hit the back end.
All.
Oh, you're not happy to see that one go by him, but you could see how much left arm there was in the shot. Hardly worked to try and produce that angle.
$40-30. Kudla.
Quality play from Dennis Kudla. It's only a little bit of a taste of his own medicine.
One game all. 15 love. Let's for serve.
Seems to make a bunch of first serves right now. Does Murray? It's been a useful one. Begins with the grass, just comes into play, just picks up a bit of pace. Always moving away from the American. As was that one.
14 love.
Kudla with no answer in that game. Murray with a set and 2-1 lead here. Just make mention of the doubles that men's doubles here that finished about half an hour or so ago. Excellent win for the British pair. Really well done. They're on quite some tear right now. And Julian Cash. Got now won 16 straight matches of the British doubles pair, winning their first challenger title today, beating Qureshi and Dovyasev, two very accomplished doubles players. Samuel Qureshi, 52 years of age now, still competing at the highest level. Beautiful angle. Wasn't much to work with either. The ball was central that came to him.
$15.
Far away. Wonder if he had to change the grip at the last minute there.
15.
Yeah, he did. You could see him just change the grip as he's running to it, which made it a little bit more difficult.
Seal. 40-30.
To be on that occasion. It's been something that
New
has
balls,
worked well
please.
for him, but
2
it
games
isn't
all.
even close.
Thanks, kids. Love 15.
Sensible return from Kudla. He's got the ball down low. Murray incoming. It's a folly from there to do anything with. Certainly from an offensive standpoint.
Fifteen.
Well, actually get racket on ball.
30-15.
Took a punt. Wasn't a million miles away from actually making decent contact there.
Teal.
First double of the day from Murray. Forceful hit. Aggressive he's been with the forehand this week. It's a surface that you feel that you have to try and dictate on, otherwise if you don't, it does favour the player that can get on the front foot early. It's so tough to defend on.
Juice.
Just checked on Kudla.
Advantage, Murray.
Maybe just skipped out of his reach. Took a slightly bad bounce.
Juice. Advantage, Murray.
He's 7 aces in the first set. That's just his second of this one. Getting a little bit more of a better read on the serve as this match progresses, as you would expect. Not happy with the lack of a call. He'll certainly be pleased with the way he struck the backhand, though. Plenty of those we've seen today. He can really lean on the shot like that. He has the ability to get the ball through the court well with pace.
Advantage, Murray.
This is a big hit. Got to think in terms of actual pace. That was one of his best of the day.
Juice. Advantage, Murray.
Such a feature of his game this week of, again, just how well he serves on the big points, and that's, I'm sure, give him a lot of pleasure. He's able to get through this one.
Game, Murray.
So Murray hangs on, but the test is an obvious one right now.
Release 3-2.
It's 3-2, the break.
Time.
Kudla still very much in this one. He's this 29-year-old. Serving 2-3 in the second. Oh, it was a tough one. Kudla just good enough on the approach.
15 love. Thirty love. Thirty 15.
Third double from Kudla of the match. Struggle behind the second serve, more so than his opponent. Never hit the spot any better on that serve though.
40-15.
Again, we talked about the motion. It's a really nice motion. It's a good upper body turn. Oh, that's magical. What a beautiful shot that was.
3 ends up.
What were he expecting? I'm sure in the back of his mind it to come back cross court. You can see he'd sort of made the commitment to cover it, but was forced to turn back the other way. Oh, he stopped. He didn't think Murray was going to get there, or whether he thought the ball was going to find the net. I'm not sure, but to be fair, he was coming in from a very deep position. It's tough to get close to the net from how Murray started his run in.
Oh! 15 up. Thirty 15.
That's a great hit. Not manoeuvred Kudla so well. Probably think the American may well have decided to come in, possibly against some other opposition off that short slice, but ended up having to cover a lot of ground. Wasn't able to make it up. More good serving from Murray. Just broken the once, the twice, in fact, the whole week.
Murray leads 4 games to 3.
As he takes another step towards the final here of the Surbiton Trophy.
Time.
Dennis Kudla's been a thorn in the side of Murray out here this afternoon. His grass court record, we talked about it earlier on last season. 12-4 he was last season on the grass. 2018 he was 10-5. Enjoyed some big wins on his favourite surface.
15 off. Thirty left.
Fortunate flying early in the rally was complete shank, but ended up really almost helping him in terms of where he was in the rally. There's an outstanding volley on the American. Certainly playing with a deal of belief at the moment. If Murray drops his level just a fraction out here, this man will be there to take advantage.
Fifteen up. Thirty up.
Oh, Murray's done really well. It was a complete miss hit off the volley. Somehow he had the ability to track this one down from a standing start.
40 love.
That's a really good effort. And he's got there again to take evasive action.
You're right.
Almost clattered into the umpire's chair. That could have been nasty,
Three
but
days, 5 days.
put the brakes on just in time. Murray, a game away.
You're right, mate. Volvo, man. You alright?
Well, certainly a test of his movement, if ever there was one, in that last game. I think there's too much doubt about where that's at the moment. Sun is shining here again temporarily at Surbiton.
Time.
To drop a set this week, but he's had some really good challenges over the course of it, especially in the last couple of days. Just what he was looking for here.
Love.
He wouldn't really get that width, partly because of the amount of rotation he gets with the upper body. He can come around the side of the ball. Again, we talked about how low the ball toss is. It's quick. Oh, that is ridiculous. What a shot that was.
30 love.
Slice forehand winner. Don't see that too often.
Love. Kudla.
It was an impressive game, to say the least.
5 games up.
In fact, the pickup was short. He kept the volley a little low. Got the brakes on. Been superb today, Kudla.
Love. 15
with the call. Good challenge up, good time for it as well. Kudla, you could sense, was waiting for the big forehand. He was on his heels.
15.
So crucial, you can see the move up the court to play the drop shot, take time away from Kudla. Move on to it. Adds to its effectiveness. Oh, he's gone with the left hand.
40-15.
I wonder if he actually needed to. It wasn't the highest of lobs. Could maybe have played the backhand overhead, but never know.
Game, Murray.
It's been such a high-level match, this really has. Andy Murray, once again, a game away
Murray leads 6 games to 5.
from reaching the final tomorrow. Physically, you do feel this has been Murray's toughest test. You can see how hard he's had to work, how hard he's puffing out there. Had some longer rallies, something he really hasn't had a whole lot of this week. Yes, maybe yes, to an extent against Nakashima, but Kudla's made this physical.
Time.
This has been thoroughly absorbing, it really has, here at Surbiton. Replaying a challenger level for the first time here in 18 years.
Love 15.
What a couple of slice backhands there. Just gave Kudla nothing to feed off.
Love 15.
American trying to pick the ball up off the blade of grass. So tough. On the brink here at love 30. strong to Kudla. Really hustling well. Using the slice on the forehand this time to
15-30.
try and defend. Did a good job of it.
All.
Can't argue with that.
40-30.
Can't defend against that either. Just pulling off it a fraction.
Juice. Advantage, Kudla.
Just dropping it a little short, Murray. It's the source of his frustration. He's got it. Kudla didn't put him away when the opportunity was there.
Juice.
Was stung because of it.
Advantage, Kudla.
Adamant the ball's wide. The ball's not going to get any joy though. Kudla will record his 5th ace of this set. 9 in all. Again, the court position. Oh, Kudla just left him a little exposed. Doesn't come in quite as readily in the second set as he did in the first.
Juice.
Forehand was mid-court. He decided to hit it and move back, and that gave Murray the impetus in the rally. Again, just 2 points away.
Advantage, Kudla. Game Kudla.
Just mistimed it a fraction. And it's been strong stuff from Dennis Kudla, you've got to say.
6 games all. 5.
I handed to him. As he takes us into the breaker. Serve miss.
0 Murray.
He started each of the tie breaks that he's played this week very well. Of course, won both against the Dutchman Brouwer. Dominated the second set breaker yesterday against Nakashima, 7 points to 1.
First serve. One all. Two, one. Murray.
A couple of cheap points really from Kudla in the breaker so far.
Two all.
The longer the match has gone on, the longer the rallies have become. It was a little tentative for Murray for once. In many ways, that sort of tennis has been the difference over the course of the week when it's got tight. His ability to conjure up a shot of that quality. Great ingenuity from Murray. Countless times he's used that forehand. Just aggressive drop shot, keeping the ball very low.
Three all.
Very furious with himself at his lack of footwork. Just didn't get out of the way of the ball, did he? Didn't make the space for the shot. And he's Still can't shake off this man. In many ways, for his efforts and the level of tennis he's produced, deserves at least a set. Don't always get what you deserve, as we know in this game, but he's been good enough for him. Total points won in this match overall. There's only 6 in it. Only winning the 6 more.
Full 3, Kudla. All.
24 of 27 first serve points won in this set. Being the foundation of his game. Didn't get the width off the serve. Kudla was there waiting for it.
5-4, Kudla.
Lynched in the background there in the grey hoodie, making some notes. Former Swede who's coaching the American now. Former Swedish player, should I say.
For Kudla.
American has maintained his level throughout the course of this second set. And he's got 2 set points. A superb set from Dennis Kudla. Fully deserved. The American squares things up here in Surbiton. The first semi-final will go to a decider. Kudla takes the breaker. 7 points to 4.
You're serving.
Tough to argue with what he produced out there, really was.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, do hope you're enjoying your day here at Surbiton so far. And
Level things up exactly an hour, almost that set. Nothing in it in terms of the points won, but
You're at that side. The balls are at that side.
the announcement that the second of the semi-finals will now take place on court 1 this evening. Maybe that's due to the rain that's potentially coming in. Jordan Thompson against Otto Virtanen.
Score update, second set.
We'll be moving to court number 1.
Thanks, Rob.
Centre court here holds short of 700 fans here this week. Temporary stand, of course, that was erected over the last couple of weeks
Time.
leading into this tournament. Probably haven't had too many weeks quite like this one in terms of enthusiasm for fans to come down here. So much of that understandably down to the former Wimbledon champion.
Final set, Kudla to set.
We'll be heading to Stuttgart to play next week, Will Murray, but will that be tomorrow, or will he be competing here? Still all to play for.
15 love. Love.
Perfect start to this third set so far. In terms of Kudla's numbers in deciding set matches this season. He's played 17, he's won 11 of them. Actually won 6 in a row in the spring in North America. Murray this year has won 6 of his 7 matches. They've gone to a deciding set.
40-30.
Slow to react off the serve. Didn't quite get behind the ball quickly enough. This game's got a little tricky. Single break point in set number 2. In the hour
Advantage.
these two were out there.
Game Kudla.
It's pacey. A little wind assisted. 100 miles an hour.
First game, final set.
Kudla opens his account in the third. Men's and women's field here this week. Good week for Jodie Burrage on the women's side. The Brit making the semi-finals, losing out today to Alison Vandeweghe. She'll take on Arina Rodionova in the ladies' final tomorrow. So next week, from a British perspective, it's up in Nottingham. Nottingham Tennis Centre opening its doors up there. There's a women's 250 event. Emma Raducanu will be headlining, and on the men it's another big challenger. Dan Evans, from a British perspective, the main man up in the Midlands. So the facility he used to train at.
15 love. Let's for serve.
Easy when the ball
15
is as low as it is from Kudla. There's almost no flight to it, so you're having to constantly hit up on the ball. Especially when he connects with it like that, it's staying ever so low.
Third.
There's a purposeful return. Oh, he's only made the one
15-4.
first serve in this game and is perhaps going to pay a heavy price for it.
Third C40. Juice.
Yeah, it's massive. It was inviting. See how quickly he got across to it.
Advantage, Kudla.
So balanced. It barely moves as he strikes it. So key to maintaining your balance, stability of the head. When you are pushed out wide. Absolutely crucial. The third break point in this game.
Juice.
Oh, one of the few strikes today where he's almost just pushed at it. Caught What was open for him?
Advantage Kudla. Correction, ball's good.
Oh, would you believe it?
Replay the point.
Such a big point for that to occur after such a lengthy rally as well.
Advantage Kudla.
Too many complaints from Kudla. Bought himself an extra 20 seconds to regroup. Played the point well. Needs to do so again. Rub salt in the wound somewhat.
Juice.
4 break points have come and gone in this game now. Going to miss that.
Advantage Kudla.
Soft hands with Murray nowhere to be seen. Serving on the big points this week, and all of the same. First ace of this set for Murray. 11th in total. So percentage through the course of the match has stayed high. 72% he's serving at first serves today.
Advantage Murray.
Getting the pace up as well after what has been 2 hours and 4 minutes. Been a physical test this. Hasn't played too many matches in the last 6 weeks.
Juice. Advantage, Murray.
Let's remember, we had a British winner the last time this event was played here, back in 2019. Dan Evans was the champion 3 years ago. All the challengers last summer played up in Nottingham when they looked to try and keep it within a bubble in the one venue.
Lights, first up.
Caressed into the open space nicely. There was plenty of it, thankfully, after the forehand cross angle. And that was a big game to come through for Andy Murray. Saves the 5 break points in it. One of the longest service games of the match. His legs tested. Kudla enjoyed that one. He's been on the receiving end of a few of those, especially in the opening set.
Love. $30-15. $40-15.
Just wonder if Murray is feeling it a little bit physically right now. Hasn't had many matches in the last few weeks, obviously. Just those 3 match wins in Madrid since he lost to Daniel Medvedev in Miami.
Kudla's
going to drift long. Dennis Kudla keeps his lead in this third set. The American 2-1 to the good. On his very first challenger, Lexington in Kentucky. That was back in 2012. As a young man, of course, 29 years of age now, so he's only just making his way out onto tour back then. Ilkley back in 2015. That was his first challenger win on a grass court. First and only challenger win as it stands on a grass court.
Take your seats as quickly as you can, please.
He's just
Time.
making the cut here as well. As an alternate into the main draw. It's one of the strongest fields at challenger level of the season. The main draw cut here, 142. Some local encouragement for the former world number one. Finds himself down 2-1 in the third. Special.
Lot 15.
Once again, it's his two-hander that has delivered it. Andy's brother Jamie was actually the top seed in the men's doubles here this week alongside Philip Polasek, but beaten in round one.
Fifteen all.
Produce a shot like that from the ball so low. You required the chip to hit through it. The wind at that end is behind Murray, and you could just sense the ball toss just move a little further in front of him than he anticipated.
Left first serve. Okay, Murray.
Much more comfortable hold. The two-time Wimbledon champion.
2 games all.
Longest match of the week in singles was just over the 3-hour mark. That was Jack Draper's defeat to Ryan Peniston, 3 hours and 3 minutes in the second round. May not be too far off where we're going.
Fifteen love. Thirty love.
That's cute. Kudla's serve not to be underestimated. He's only a small guy, 5'11" by tennis playing standards these days, but such an effective motion.
Game. Kudla.
Really does give away so little, the unforced error count.
Kudla leads
Nearly
3-2.
registering in this third set so far. And he's enjoying himself, is the American. Maintains his lead, 3-2.
Time.
His former fitness trainer Jez Green is actually among the crowd this week. Here today, should I say. And a quick chat with Jez earlier on. Jez worked with Murray from 2008 for a 6-year period. Still working with Dominic Thiem right now is Jez Green. He will be coming over for the grass court season. Plans to play Wimbledon as the Austrian.
Love 15.
Wow, that was superb. I mean, every single shot that Kudla hit in the rally was of the highest quality. It started with the return. Murray pushed back off a quality first serve. I was able to move forward up the court from there on in, and he made the backhand volley look simple, and it really wasn't. And he's imposing himself again here on the Murray serve. Throws in a double fault. Second of the set. Kudla, having already had 5 break points in this set. Let's a look at 3 more.
$15-40.
Wonderful retrieving from Murray. Simply in the end there wasn't quite enough. Kudla stayed switched on. It was not an easy forehand from a wide position. Murray didn't have a lot left.
4 games to 2.
Got to hand it to this guy. He has been superb this afternoon. Started the match slowly. Those first 3 or 4 games didn't come out of the blocks particularly quickly, but since that point he has consistently maintained a high standard. Looking for a little bit of chalk, titanium pigment, whatever it is these days. You can see Kudla with the wind behind him, just forcing Murray further and further back. How good was that? Improvisation. Change the grip, the chopper grip there. See how much it's taking out of him this match.
Fifteen, 30.
Well off the low ball.
30 all.
Now quickly from there. Hasn't too many second serves out wide on the deuce side, and I think Murray maybe just caught by surprise by it. Point to lead 5-2. The serve again, right from the top draw, as Dennis Kudla moves to within a game of knocking out the top seed here in the semi-finals in Surbiton.
Kids, can you roll one ball in, please? Can you just roll one ball up on the back? I think we only had 5 anyway. We we need one more. We need one more.
Of course he'll want to win, goes without saying, but in the big picture this has been a positive week for him in terms of time on court.
Time.
On this surface he'll go to Stuttgart next week if he is to come up short today. Too many players are going to be in Stuttgart having had 4 matches on a grass court leading in there. Will serve him well. Shapovalov and Matteo Berrettini, I believe, the top 2 seeds over in Germany. Physically, you can see he's just worn down. Footwork's gone.
All.
As shots are being executed time again in the early part of this match. Really good second serve. Pace and kick. Kudla just caught. I'm expecting quite the quality on it.
Left for center.
So Murray holds. That's a fine effort. The tank, you suspect and you sense, is definitely running low.
Kudla leads 5 games to 3.
He's going to ask Kudla to get over the line. He's only lost the 5 points in total on serve in this set as the American. As he steps up to try and serve this out. Did the right thing. Letting it bounce.
15.
Easy against Murray, of course, who defends so well in those situations, but those days where taking out of the years perilous.
Thirty love. Correction. Replay the points. Yeah, you're just overruling for no reason. I was sure it was an amber. I don't have anything else I can say.
Murray, not particularly amused by the overall. It was a quick one, wasn't it? I'm just holding up in the wind. Get through to Murray. And Dennis Kudla has got 3 match points. A fine display and a very fine win for Dennis Kudla. Loves playing on the grass courts. And he overcomes Andy Murray for the first time in his career. The American books a spot in the final of the Surbiton Trophy in some style.
Centre court completed. Kudla 5-7, 7-6, 6-3.
Well, maybe the match of the week so far. There was so much in it from both players, in truth. 2 hours and 33 minutes, the quality was exceptional. As we take a look at some numbers from it. Kudla really maintained his level very high indeed. Murray perhaps just dropping off a touch in terms of the first service. That third set progressed. You could see physically he was suffering a little bit when he was broken. There was a significant drop off. But in the big picture, this has been a good week for him. Got what he wanted. And he will be a danger over in Germany next week, that's for sure.
Dennis, congratulations. Through to another final here at Surbiton. You not only had to take handy today, but also the conditions weren't great for you.
Let's hear from him.
Yeah, this is definitely probably biggest win of my career. So it's unbelievable on grass. But yeah, the conditions were tough, super windy. But in warm up, I really felt like I was football clean. Something about England and grass, I just feel comfortable and at ease. I feel like a whole different tennis player after being terrible on clay for 2 months. But I'm just happy to be here and got a little inspiration of Sarah's Holskite here. So I was like, oh yeah, I'm playing for that.
Start the match, about some of your stats with your here over the years. Obviously, a special place to you, Surbiton, and you've already mentioned that love of grass as well. But there's something special about Surbiton here for you.
I think people are just so friendly. They're very accepting of me. Thank you. And it doesn't feel like a challenge. So to have this kind of grass, a little bit more old school, more back bounces, coming forward, some more cat and mouse. I love it. I wish they would, dig more holes, put more hills in here. I love it.
Amazing, Dennis. We love watching you play here at Surbiton. Great to see you through to the final tomorrow. Best of luck. Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Kudla.
Yes, back in the final. Of course, he lost to Matt Ebden in the final here in 2015. 7-6 in the third. That was a heartbreaker. He'll look to make amends tomorrow and take on either Jordan Thompson or Otto Virtanen. They're currently doing battle on court 1. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage today. From myself, Nick Lester, here in Surbiton. We will do it all again tomorrow, weather permitting. Also, bye for now.
We look forward to welcoming you back then. And just before you go, a round of applause for our amazing ball crew, please. And also for our ground photograph as well. You did a fantastic job last night and this morning to get all the games played on today. So thank you to our ball crew and to our ground team as well. Have a safe journey home if you're leaving us now, and we'll see you tomorrow if you've got tickets today. Thank you.